identified flying object.
Did it really happen? Did man really walk on the moon, just as Kennedy had challenged NASA to do?
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The photos of Apollo 11 moon landing have been criticized as being too perfect and looking like they've been photographed inside a TV studio with spotlights. Bill Kaysing is an ex-Rocketdyne engineer who points out that there should be a blast crater underneath the lunar module, but there isn't. Award-winning filmmaker and photographer David Percy has written a book called Dark Moon, which shows that the famous Apollo 11 photographs were all shot using multiple light sources, something which can't happen if the astronauts were really on the moon. Jim Collier, an American investigator, has pointed out that the lunar module was far too small for two astronauts in full spacesuits to maneuver around inside. Jim Collier also believes that some of the footage showing the lunar module blasting off from the moon's surface has been filmed using a rotating model, just like the special effects techniques Hollywood blockbusters use today. Now, for the first time on film, we present new evidence which proves that at least some of the official NASA photographs taken on the lunar surface are definitely faked, or at the very least, heavily manipulated. Join us now on a quest for the truth to the moon. In this film, we shall not only prove beyond all reasonable doubt that many of the official NASA images of lunar exploration are fake, but we shall also examine the motives for the biggest lie put before the world. Why did NASA repeatedly fake lunar images and photographs? Why did NASA stage lunar expeditions which did not happen? The answer will surprise you. It can be summarized in just two words: money and UFOs. But before we look at the motives for lying on such a vast scale, let's look at where some NASA scientists came from. Peenemünde, Nazi Germany. For centuries, warmongering nations had been using primitive rockets as a weapon of war. China, Britain, and of course Hitler's Third Reich all used rockets to terrorize their enemies. Werner von Braun was an SS officer and rocket scientist. His team at Peenemünde designed the first cruise missile, the V-1 Doodlebug. The V-2 rocket was the forerunner to the Saturn V rocket, which would supposedly take man to the moon. At the end of World War II, the American government were desperate to get hold of the Nazi rocket weapons, which had wrought havoc on the innocent people of Britain. The American government launched Project Paperclip, which secretly changed the war criminal files on Werner von Braun and his colleagues. Files which described these SS officers as an ardent Nazi were changed to read not an ardent Nazi. Werner von Braun, his team, and the rocket factory at Peenemünde, which had terrorized Western Europe, was transported to the USA, lock, stock, and barrel. It soon became clear that the Nazis had a secret space program at Peenemünde and Nordhausen. The Haunebu craft utilized alternative propulsion systems such as Vril power, possibly back-engineered from recovered crashed flying saucers. Prescott Bush was the grandfather of today's George W. Bush. Whilst working with the Bank of America and the Jewish Warburg brothers in Wall Street, Prescott Bush helped arrange vast loans to the Third Reich. The Third Reich's space scientists used Jewish prisoners as slaves to build gigantic underground bases and manufacture the V-2 rocket, which would terrorize Europe during 1944 and 1945. At Nordhausen and other sites in Germany and Austria, Werner von Braun and his team of Nazi SS engineers built vast laboratories and rocket factories. The interior of an entire mountain was excavated to accommodate a secret space facility which was no less than 1 million square feet. It was here, at Nordhausen, in top-secret underground bases, that a huge number of experimental rocket ships and circular flying discs were developed. The prototype V-7 craft was powered by engines manufactured by BMW. The V-7 used 12 BMW 028 engines, which were powered with helium. Radical fuselage shapes were developed, which would later lead to the emergence of stealth aircraft and the cruise missile. Werner von Braun and his team closely studied photographs of UFOs which had been photographed in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Russia. These unidentified flying objects inspired the development of Nazi flying discs. After World War II, the underground base at Nordhausen was rebuilt in the Mojave Desert, a place we now know as Area 51.
A tremendous sighting took place, and I'm just completely baffled right now. So is Mr. Anthony Hilder.
Example of one of the many objects seen regularly in Las Vegas. Very bright object, just basically hovering over Las Vegas, 5:30 p.m. Cylindrical object, a craft. We believe it could be some kind of an observation platform.
The volume of evidence is that the space program that appears on the television news and has done these last few decades is actually only there as a movie to hide the real program, which is actually exploring things that these guys already know are there. There's this secret agenda in which advanced knowledge that people in general never hear is passed on to the chosen ones that are chosen to have this information and to move it through the generations. The agenda for centralized control and all that stuff. And then there's the movie, which is there to hide all that. And the movie is the official version of events that pours out of the television. They're being sold a cover story to hide what's really going on, not just in terms of the space program, but in every area of our lives. I mean, what is the more classic and obvious cover story than weapons of mass destruction, we've got to go and get them? And clearly, you know, we see it was a cover story now. If you had a brain, you could see it was before. I've said in my latest book, Tales from the Time Loop, that we're looking at the Fourth Reich. And then I put under that brackets, or a continuation of the Third, which never ended. People have no idea, the general population, because no one tells them, of the fundamental connections between the Nazis. The people now think, oh yeah, the Nazis have gone, and the American administration. First of all, the Nazis were funded out of Britain and America. Why is it that they were taking their wages home in wheelbarrows during the Weimar Republic? Germany was in economic catastrophe. A few short years later, they have a war machine that's taking on the world. How did this come about? Anyone else? Well, let's ask the Bush family. Because, and this is not just me, other researchers have come up with this, and a guy called John Loftus, who is he runs the Holocaust Museum in Florida, that Prescott Bush, who is the grandfather of the present president, he was a major executive of the Harriman Empire in America. And they had a company called the Union Banking Corporation, the UBC, which interfaced with the banking and steel empire in Europe of a guy called Fritz Thyssen, who was named at places like the Nuremberg trial and elsewhere as a major funder of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. And what Prescott Bush, who was the key executive in the Union Banking Corporation, was doing was funneling money and other resources through the UBC into Thyssen's empire, and then it went to the Nazis, and that's where the war machine came from, also through the Bank of England.
Only yesterday, every business, every profession was part of Hitler's system. The doctors, technicians, clockmakers, postmen. Practically every German was part of the Nazi network. They believe they were born to be masters, that we are inferiors, designed to be their slaves.
A number of companies in which Prescott Bush was involved in were closed down during the Second World War under the Trading with the Enemies Act. William S. Farish, whose grandson is now Bush's ambassador to Britain, William S. Farish III, very close friend and horse interbreeder with the Queen of England. His grandfather, William S. Farish, was president of Standard Oil, the Rockefeller Oil Company, when it was exposed as supplying the Nazis with oil during the Second World War, while they were supposedly in conflict with America. So what you had then was this CIA, British intelligence operation called Project Paperclip, which was to get the Nazis, the major Nazis, with all and a lot that with tremendous knowledge that are not registered by history, out of Germany so they would be safe, and into South America and North America to continue this agenda up to the present day. And so this is why you have Nazi after Nazi turning up as founders of and creators of NASA and all these other institutions, the CIA, that appeared immediately after the Second World War.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting, and the countdown continues to move along smoothly. Now in the terminal countdown portion, we're standing by now to begin pressurization of the fuel tank. The second stage fuel tank pressurized, third stage fuel tank pressurized. The countdown continuing to move along smoothly, T-minus 90 seconds. Now looking at the liquid hydrogen tanks as they become pressurized. LH2 aboard the second stage, pressure 17. Final guidance release. We expect engine ignition at 8.9 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, ignition. Started, all engines are started. We have ignition, 2, 1, 0. We have a liftoff. We have a liftoff. And it's lighting up the area. It looks like daylight here at Kennedy Space Center as the Saturn V is moving off the pad. It has now cleared the tower. Mission control reporting the launch vehicle maneuvering to the proper attitude. Everything looking good at this point.
In 2003, the skeptical magazine Fortean Times claimed that no such craft or Nazi secret space program had ever existed. But we have been given patents from leading German manufacturing companies, including Juha, Krups and BMW, which prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Hitler considered the Nazi secret space program a top priority. And more than 15 billion Deutschmarks were spent developing craft of all shapes and sizes. Secret memos from SS officers revealed that Werner von Braun and Hitler both believed that there were alien civilizations in the universe, and it was their intention to not only conquer all nations on planet Earth, but to also colonize the Moon.
Gentlemen, the conquest of outer space is the greatest technological challenge of the age in which we live. The first decisive step in the conquest of space will be the placing of an object into an orbit wherein it will indefinitely circle the Earth.
1954. Sputnik 1 shocks the world and puts the USSR way ahead in the Cold War. Sputnik 2 takes a dog into space, the first living creature to leave the face of planet Earth. Russia then shocks the world by sending an unmanned probe to the Moon. Meanwhile, the US Army plan Project Horizon, a plan to colonize the Moon with Americans. This plan was soon abandoned when the true nature of the hostile environment of outer space was discovered by American and Russian scientists. In 1958, spectacular rocket failures destroy American morale. The Explorer 1 space probe confirms planet Earth is surrounded by dangerous radiation. Radiation so powerful that it could cause nausea and cancer. The Van Allen radiation belts and solar particles from the Sun are extremely hazardous to humans. Space is also full of micrometeorites which can rip through spacesuits and metal in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Russia celebrate getting the first man into space, Mr. Yuri Gagarin.
There was already a parallel space program, and it had been continuing from even before the time that NASA was created in 1958. October 1958, NASA were incorporated by President Eisenhower. The secret space program was run by the Department of Defense. It took its original form in Project Horizon, which was established in 1959. The habitation, or the colonization of the moon. The reason for that was that whoever controlled the moon controlled the Earth. If you could launch rockets from the moon onto your enemies on Earth, they couldn't possibly retaliate, therefore you had the upper hand. There was a serious attempt, certainly a serious investigation, to put man on the moon and keep him there. So the secret parallel space program continues to this day. There is a military space shuttle, and even the ones that we see from Columbia onwards are designed according to the specification of the Department of Defense. If you look at them, they will carry spy satellites into orbit. And if you want to know what a spy satellite looks like, the Hubble telescope is one. That is the design of what's called the KH-12, the keyhole satellites, which are used today over enemy territory, which is presumably any territory that is not American.
Regardless of the dangers of radiation, and without having spacesuits nor spacecraft which can protect the occupants from radiation, NASA convinced the American people to pay $40 billion for the space program.
The most lethal forms of radiation, of course, are at the higher end of the spectrum. That's gamma rays and X-rays. We know what ultraviolet can do. If you stay out too long in the sun, you get sunburn and skin cancer and die, and it's all very sad. But gamma rays, and X-rays especially, are particularly lethal to humans, unprotected humans. There was no protection that I have been able to identify. I've found no reference to it. I found nothing that will tell me what level of protection is offered, so I have to assume none was. I've contacted the manufacturers of the spacesuits, and they said there was no radiation protection built into the spacesuits, because I asked them if these same spacesuits could be used by technicians to go to Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island, because the nuclear reactors produce the same radiation as produced in space. They said no, not advisable, no protection.
Ex-Nazis were now in charge of vast amounts of tax dollars. In today's value, the Nazis at the heart of the NASA space program were given more than $600 billion. All NASA had to do was announce a new space project, and the money was handed over so that the American government could save face in the Cold War. Alan Shepard and John Glenn were blasted into space using equipment which was still in the prototype stage. John Glenn reports UFOs to Mission Control, which he describes as looking like fireflies, similar to the Foo Fighters reported by pilots during World War II. Werner von Braun and Hermann Oberth were later to confess that they both believe alien life forms exist and may have already visited planet Earth in the past. NASA soon learned that we are not alone in the universe. In Jonathan Eisen's excellent book, Suppressed Inventions, he interviews Wernher von Braun's mentor and teacher, Dr. Hermann Oberth. Dr. Oberth makes it quite clear that he has studied the aeronautic performance of UFOs. In 1972, Dr. Hermann Oberth made the following statement. Today, we cannot produce machines that fly the same as UFOs do. They are flying by means of artificial fields of gravity. This would explain the sudden changes of directions. This hypothesis would also explain the piling up of these disks into a cylindrical or cigar-shaped mothership upon leaving the Earth. Because it is in this fashion that only one field of gravity would be required for all the flying saucers. Dr. Oberth then added, "We cannot take credit for our record advancement in certain scientific fields alone. We have been helped, and we have been helped by the people of other worlds." Dr. Hermann Oberth was the greatest pioneer of astronautics. Hermann Oberth made his statement in 1972. Almost 20 years later, in 1991, amateur footage of UFOs stacked up in a cylindrical formation was filmed in Mexico City.
It's a monopoly that is being conducted through science about the possibilities of finding life in a different planet or satellite in the space. We have many other reasons to believe that NASA has been lying in every respect. It's very difficult to know if the politicians know the real truth or not. We know that there is government inside the government. We know that there is military intelligence. We know that in America, after the Manhattan Project was created, that group subsists. And that group was the one who handled the Roswell crash, the Socorro crash, and others.
Are you talking about Majestic 12?
Yeah, probably it's a different name now. Now it's not Majestic 12, now it's something else.
I'm here to discuss the so-called flying saucers. The Air Force interest in this problem has been due to our feeling of an obligation to identify and analyze to the best of our ability anything in the air that may have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States. In pursuit of this obligation, since 1947, we have received and analyzed between 1,000 and 2,000 reports.
It's very difficult to know if Bush and Blair and others are puppets, or they are innocent, or they are the mastermind. What we really know is that there are many who decide together what to do in any kind of situation. The Russians now have a very different policy around this phenomenon. We have to remember that when Gorbachev met Reagan, many times he asked about the technology that the United States have obtained from the others, and always Reagan, joking, replied to Gorbachev, "What did you do with it too?" They never said we are speaking about alien technology, but many times they spoke about the other technology. And we know that Gorbachev renounced to the race, the Cold era, because he learned that the United States had technology from these beings.
From the Greys.
From the Greys. From then on, we saw many cosmonauts talking openly about what they saw. We have different videos recorded by these cosmonauts where you can see strange things floating in the space.
Non ho fatto in tempo a prendere la macchina fotografica o una videocamera perché è sparito da circa 7 secondi. А где вы летели? На какой части Земли?
Newfoundland.
Eravamo sopra il Newfoundland. Terra Nuova.
We have also something very important, which is a video taken inside the space agency in Russia, where you can see the Mir surrounded by dozens of bright objects.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are using the payload bay cameras right now to hopefully catch a glimpse of the Russian space station Mir as it performs an on-orbit burn. The payload bay cameras are positioned such that they're looking straight back behind the orbiter, where the Mir is flying at about 850 nautical miles behind us.
No joy from here, sorry. Hope it was a good one, though, for our friends.
Thank you, sir. We could not see it here either. We'll wait 2 or 3 more minutes till sunrise, and then at that time give you a go for KU stow.
We're at a mission lapse time of 7 days, 13 hours, and 17 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. The Mir space station is now visible.
Yeah, we do see something flashing visually, but we're not sure that might be...
This shot was obtained by the shuttle, by the Americans. NASA never released that piece of video. It means that we have 2 different positions. One that is openly saying, yes, we have experience out in the space.
That's the Russians.
The Russians. And we have the other, which is the NASA explanation that there is nothing in there. They don't release anything. We have to obtain every evidence from an outside source, but not from NASA.
there are creatures living in outer space. And I'm the first one to realize how crazy that sounds. Scientists would immediately say, well, that's impossible. There's ultraviolet radiation in space. Without having a craft around you, you'll die. Well, all I can say is that these, I call them space serpents, they do exist. They've been filmed by Story Musgrave, who's a senior space shuttle commander. He's been with NASA for 30 years. He's seen one of these space serpents on 2 occasions. He's filmed it on 1 occasion. They've also been filmed from the ground, flying around in the upper atmosphere. Now, quite frankly, we don't know anything about the life cycle of these creatures, but they do fit in with the descriptions of other kinds of critters, other strange-looking creatures that astronauts from the very early days of NASA have reported. I suspect that they use some form of photosynthesis, and I suspect that they hydrate themselves by flying in the upper atmosphere of planets. One important thing I must say, though, about these space serpents is that there are about 7 or 8 very, very important ancient sites, temple sites on planet Earth, most notably in Mexico. And these temples are dedicated to the memory of flying serpents. And this is what we see in this footage, is flying serpents. There also seems to be a very interesting relationship between the flying serpent and these small luminous spheres.
Houston, we are using the payload bay cameras right now to hopefully catch a glimpse of the Russian space station Mir as it performs an on-orbit burn. Though it will be difficult to pick Mir out from the stars as they pass behind us, the payload bay cameras are positioned such that they're looking straight back behind the orbiter, where the Mir is flying at about 850 nautical miles behind us.
Well, obviously this is a massive faux pas that this piece of footage was accidentally broadcast. The person who's passed me this piece of footage is now dead. The footage that we see, mostly of UFOs, has been filmed with image intensifying equipment.
No joy from here, Story. Hope it was a good one, though, for our friends.
Thank you, sir. We could not see it here either. We'll wait 2 or 3 more minutes till sunrise, and then at that time give you a go for KU Stowe.
We're at a mission lapse time of 7 days, 13 hours, and 17 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. The Mir space station is now visible on the far left-hand side of the screen, about an inch from the bottom of this particular picture. Okay, the Mir space station is the small flashing light in the center, about an inch from
Camera Charlie on a monitor.
the left-hand side of the screen. It's slowly...
Tally ho on the camera.
It is slowly moving closer to the left-hand side and is has a very light flashing to it.
We think on the middle of the screen, way to the left-hand side. We think you can see a flashing light just a little bit to the left of the center of the screen, very faint.
Yeah, we do see something flashing visually, but we're not sure that might be...
This is Mission Control, Houston. Once again, we believe we were just able to spot the Mir spacecraft as it flies about at 850 nautical miles behind us.
Yes, STS-80 was a very, very strange space shuttle mission. What we see is a lot of activity. It can't all be put down to natural phenomena. James Oberg at NASA and all the other pundits at NASA would love you to believe that these are all ice crystals and space junk and debris. Quite frankly, if there was that amount of debris, that sheer number of shooting stars flying around in close proximity to the space shuttle and the Mir space station, it would be not safe to put craft up into space. A piece of rock just a few millimeters across, travelling in the opposite direction of the space shuttle, would rip through the entire structure of the space shuttle and cause a fatal accident. Well, people always say to me, you know, if there's extraterrestrials and if there's UFOs, why don't they make themselves known to us publicly? Well, I think with the space shuttle mission STS-80, that's exactly what they did do. You see objects which are out of focus, or they are transparent in some kind of way. And the first one comes from behind the space shuttle, comes into the field of view, and they make their way to the upper atmosphere. That's at least what it looks like. It's joined by many others, and you get a kind of rough circular formation appearing. And then you get the piece de resistance. The last orb comes into the center of this formation, and as soon as it finds its position, it lights up. And then you can see a sort of dance of lights around this formation. Now, this suggests to me incredible intelligence. It suggests to me that they are saying, look at us, look how clever we are. And it's an astounding piece of footage. These extraterrestrial craft are attracted to thunderstorms, and many times we see lightning on the surface of the planet or in the atmosphere of planet Earth. And as soon as these electric storms start, the UFOs swarm into the area. It's almost as if they're harvesting the electromagnetic energy within the atmosphere. And in actual fact, there are unseen forces in the atmosphere, etheric flows of what the German scientist Wilhelm Reich described as orgone energy. And it could be possible that these UFOs are sucking energy from these electric thunderstorms on planet Earth, and this is where they're getting their energy from. You should concentrate on the first object that appears, and you will see that it holds its position. Many TV stations have actually broadcast this STS-80 footage, but they only show you the few seconds of the large glowing orb coming from the lower atmosphere. The cameraman who's operating the space shuttle camera is fully aware that the first object has held its position, and after the large orb has ascended from the lower atmosphere and the shuttle is moving away from the scene, the cameraman is actually zooming in at the end of the sequence to double check the position of the first luminous orb, and it's a fascinating piece of video. A few years ago there was an astounding book published. It's called The Day After Roswell, and it's written by a gentleman called Philip Corso, who's now dead. He had a military career that lasted more than 20 years, and during that time he served at the White House, and then he was a senior official at the Pentagon. And in this book, which is an astounding book, he clearly says that there is a war going on in space. In other words, NASA and the American military have designed weapons. He says in his book that some of the weapons are based on patents of the genius inventor Nikola Tesla. Philip Corso tells us that there are plasma beam weapons being used against these UFOs, and that sometimes these UFOs are hit. A special team then travel out to wherever it is in the world and collect the wreckage. Now, from the wreckage, they back engineer any useful technology. In his book, he clearly states that microchips, semiconductors, fiber optics, lasers, many other new metal alloys have all been back engineered from wreckage which they've collected from UFOs which have been shot down by the American government. I believe that what we're seeing with the footage from Space Shuttle mission STS-48, that we are seeing several intelligently controlled extraterrestrial craft. And yes, I do believe that the flashes are the firing of some very, very top secret weapon which is able to produce an electronic or electromagnetic plasma kind of death ray that is being used against these UFOs. I do believe that that is exactly what we're seeing.
The tether has broken. It is going away from us. Get it on the TV. TV. Tether has broken. Copy.
Space Shuttle mission STS-75, the tether incident. A lot has been said about this incident. Personally, I feel that most of the objects that you see are actual individual parts of the tether, just floating around in space, and that they're out of focus. It's a fascinating piece of footage, and I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't, quite a few UFOs coming into the scene to check out our technology, just as the same as they've done many times before.
The crew can see the tether and see the satellite. It's beautiful. This view showing the satellite. Again, just moving into sunrise. 81 nautical miles now from Columbia.
You clearly hear one of the astronauts being told there's an object at your 11 o'clock position.
It's about your 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock going away. Don't worry about it.
And the other astronaut, who's obviously in the know, says don't worry about it.
Out there. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I suspect that the senior astronauts, the astronauts who've been up more than just once, are fully aware that there is a very large number of unexplainable objects flying around.
Never mind.
NASA spent gigantic sums of money during the 1960s, but most of it was spent on the ground, not in space. Huge American corporations, many of which were manufacturing hardware for the military, made gigantic profits designing space vehicles and, more importantly, life-sized models of spaceships, and even huge stage sets resembling the lunar surface. Someone in NASA had realized that after taking billions of dollars from the American people, if they couldn't make it to the moon, they would fake it to the moon.
Obviously, if you're going to somewhere that nobody has been before, you need to have a simulator which recreates that environment as closely as you can. If you're going to the moon, you recreate the surface of the moon. And here we see a section of the lunar surface created. It's about 30 foot high, 30 foot long, 35 foot long. Scale is given by the two people standing in front of it. There were plenty of simulation exercises, but the point is, and this should be taken into account in virtually everything that is discussed with the Apollo program, 400,000 people may have worked on the program in total, but none of them had a need to know more than his own job required. The people who were making the rockets didn't know what the people who were making the spacesuits were doing, because they had no need to know about that. Their job was to make the best models and the best simulation of the lunar surface that they could. And if we come up to this picture here, we see the three scales on which these models were built. We have here the whole moon as one unit. It stands about 20 foot high. We have here behind it a section of the surface of the moon. You'll notice it's curved. And here we have a more detailed section of the lunar surface.
What you're saying is that the images which we're told show a camera pointing out the window of the lunar module as it's coming into land on the moon could well have been filmed previously using these large-scale models.
That's right. It could well be that what we are looking at are films of realistic models. We have no means of knowing if they were actually taken on the lunar surface, or whether what we're watching is part of the simulation exercise and the training exercise. And you'll notice here on these models there is a camera track. A camera starting at this end, coming down here, would approach the moon, or appear to approach the moon, and become ever closer towards it. It's exactly what you would expect to see if you were flying to the moon.
'Cause the moon is a very large place. It's 1 million square kilometers. It's 1 million square miles. 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 It's 1 million square miles
This is a simulation rig that was built. This is the command and service module of the Apollo program. And you'll notice that the window here looks out onto a block here. And there's another one here. They're curved. These are the screens onto which the lunar surface was projected as the craft made a simulated approach towards the lunar surface.
Is what we're seeing a mixture of fact and fiction?
It is fact. It is fiction. It's mixed together. It's hard to separate them until you examine it closely. If a spacecraft is in deep space, the only possible explanation for a light seen through the window of the spacecraft is the sun. It's the only bright light in space. If it's not the sun, then it has to be some other artificial light, which implies that that particular image is possibly fiction.
July 1961. NASA was soon being criticized for the flimsy construction of their hardware. The first orbital capsules did not even have windows in them for the astronauts to look out of. One of the most vocal critics was one of NASA's most respected astronauts, an all-American hero named Virgil Gus Grissom, who almost drowned when recovery helicopters were unable to lift his space capsule from the sea. After a successful journey into space, Gus Grissom almost died through NASA's bad planning. Or was this an early attempt to silence Gus Grissom? May 1963. Astronaut Gordon Cooper experiences re-entry problems in his Faith 7 rocket ship.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roger, have a lift off and the clock is operating. Roger clock. Take my 7, base 7 on the way.
The prototype lunar module, known as the LIM, had serious stability problems. At this stage, there was no guarantee that even if NASA managed to get a spaceship orbiting the moon, they could land safely without killing the crew. Could the footage which we see of the LIM approaching the moon be filmed in a TV studio?
It was filmed in a TV studio. There's absolutely no doubts whatsoever about that. And the way that this film was created was by the use of models. There's nothing secret about the models. They exist. You can go and see them today. The models were very lifelike, very realistic. There is one that is a life-size model. It's in Flagstaff in Arizona. It's 2 miles long, and it's an exact replica of the Sea of Tranquility. The photographs were used to create from those images the replica of the Sea of Tranquility, so that if it was flown over in a helicopter, it would appear as if it was a spacecraft approaching a similar area to land. So yes, all the scenes of the lunar surface were filmed on Earth.
June 1965. Gemini 4 is launched and the first man walks in space.
I'm dragging a little bit, so I don't want to fire the gun. Okay, I'm out. Okay, now,
Extensive rehearsals at docking spacecraft were performed in low Earth orbit. Everything was recorded on film. This footage would later become invaluable as NASA sought to fake the success of the Apollo missions. Meanwhile, more problems occurred. On Gemini 9, the second spacewalk had to be cut short due to problems with the astronauts' oxygen supply. On Gemini 11, another attempt to walk in space was curtailed due to fatigue. Was this a sign that cosmic radiation caused nausea and fatigue? NASA could not risk the public humiliation of having brave astronauts crashing to their deaths on the lunar surface broadcast on live TV. NASA's Nazis knew that a major catastrophic failure on the moon would cause the billions of dollars of funding to be immediately cut. Anyone with the most elementary grasp of science could tell that the Saturn V rockets were merely big versions of the Nazis' V-2 killing machines. It is wrongly perceived by the mainstream media that there has never been an official report of a UFO by any NASA astronaut. This is simply not so. since the early experimental orbital craft were developed by ex-Nazi SS officers on behalf of NASA, American astronauts have continually reported strange UFOs. In many cases, photographs and even film was shot of these mysterious, unidentified flying objects. During his pioneering orbital flights in the Gemini 7 capsule, NASA astronaut Jim Lovell clearly alerted Mission Control of a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Capcom at Houston asked James Lovell if he had an actual sighting of a UFO. Lovell answered, "We have several, an actual sighting."
Gemini 7 here, Houston, how do you read? Last clear, 7, go ahead. I bogey at 10 o'clock high. This is Houston, say again, 7? We have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger.
On the 4th of June 1965, astronaut James McDivitt reported seeing a cylindrical-shaped craft. Could this be one of the cigar-shaped motherships which have been filmed from the ground on many occasions, most notably in Russia and California during the 1970s? Former astronaut Gordon Cooper has publicly stated that his interest in UFOs was one of the reasons why he became an astronaut in the first place. In 1978, Gordon Cooper attended a meeting of the Special Political Committee at the United Nations General Assembly in order to discuss the UFO phenomenon. In a letter signed by Gordon Cooper, he said, "I believe that these extraterrestrial vehicles and their crews are visiting this planet from other planets. In 1951, I had the opportunity to observe flights of UFOs of different sizes flying in fighter formation from east to west over Europe." In a tape-recorded interview given by Cooper in 1973, he stated, "For many years I have lived with a secret, in a secrecy imposed on all specialists in astronautics. I can now reveal that every day in the USA, our radar instruments capture objects of form and composition unknown to us."
I wonder, did you have anyone call you about a strange plane or airplane or something in the air? Where? It was coming down Sampson Drive. I don't know what it was. If it was a flying saucer.
What did it look like, ma'am?
It was like a, almost like an iridescent color. It was like a bluish purple.
You could see a red glow up in the sky. It was huge.
People are serious. They're very upset.
Whatever it was lit up, I mean, literally, if you were underneath it, you could see it would be like daylight with red lights. It changes colors from white to red to green. The sucker has not moved. We have multiple departments right now that have sightings on it.
This is not a prank phone call, I swear to you.
No, is it? They're sitting stationary. I got 3 of them. What do they look like? I've got 4 discernible colors. I got red, yellow, green, and blue. And the one just is like flashing. So if they're those planets those guys were talking about, then they're planets with Christmas lights on. This is weird.
In 2002, astronaut Scott Carpenter was interviewed by the late Graham Birdsall of the British UFO magazine. Scott Carpenter and his fellow veteran astronaut friend John Glenn both witnessed strange creatures in space during their pioneering flights.
Now, there were so many unknowns in the early days. And this is a fact of the matter. We were really not sure after John flew whether or not there were critters, living critters out there somewhere.
После этого, значит, у нас создан докрутится, мы все введем, потом начинаем проверку.
Yes, we have some, not thousands, some cases when Russian astronauts watched objects, very maybe few, not so far from the space station, mostly over the Earth, very close to Earth, but it doesn't matter. From outer space, you can see it as if it's very, very close to you. And I talked to Musa Manarov and I talked to Gennady Strikalov and the other astronauts, and they told me that they have seen much more cases of UFOs, but without possibility to film it, because he said, it's always like with Russians. When you see something, whether this camera is without battery or with battery lying at the other end of a spacecraft, or, as Musa once told me, I see strange, interesting objects, but at the same time a spacecraft is coming to me and I need to dock it, and I can't leave the place and film it. You know, we have been investigating this particular question, and we came to very interesting conclusions. I wouldn't say that millions of people or thousands, no, but there are many people who have not been abducted because on their level of knowledge and on their level of understanding and abilities, they do not need to abduct people. No. I will try to explain what's going on.
When you say they, you're talking about the...
It is, yes, it is. It is. When it is flying here, there are some kind of scientific expeditions which are visiting the planet. For us, it was very unusual to find out that the deepest and the most important interest for them is the God. Who is He? They are looking and searching for God, and His creation, ways, understand everything. And they can learn it only in one way, if they learn and check how big human groups are behaving, kind of an invisible influence, and how people are reacting. At the same time, there is another very interesting technology. When they meet a person, they take from a person kind of a informational hologram. This hologram, which any human being have, contain in itself information about previous lives, about present life, and something about possible future. They take this hologram, informational hologram, and then to be able to read it, to decode information, they need to have a special key. This special key is the sample of your way of thinking. For this reason, to have this key, they somehow transmit into your brains a hard idea, like, just an example, you are living wrong. You broke our laws on this planet. This is the reason why very soon, when the sky became dark, thousands and thousands of people will die, and only few of them will stay alive. And at this particular moment, when a human being starts to analyze this information, they just read it, you know, like they take it like from a computer. Hops, that's it. They don't need anything. They take this hologram, they take this key, and then keeping this hologram anywhere there, they can have any information about human being and what's going on with him and his surroundings.
Regardless of whether the Apollo moon landing was faked or not, an interesting photograph hangs on the wall of the Sanctuary of the Scottish Rite Masons in Washington, D.C. This photograph shows astronaut Neil Armstrong holding a Masonic apron over his spacesuit. The photograph has seemingly been taken on the moon, or at least on a studio set which resembles the surface of the moon. Neil Armstrong has become a mysterious character since his alleged moon expedition. According to the records of the Ohio Grand Lodge of Masons, Neil Armstrong's father is a Freemason. In fact, Neil Armstrong Sr. is a high-ranking 33rd degree Freemason. Neil Armstrong's co-pilot, the second man to have allegedly walked on the moon, was Buzz Aldrin. At the time of the Apollo 11 mission, Buzz Aldrin was a 32-degree Freemason. They were in good company, as many of NASA's astronauts were also Freemasons, including Gordon Cooper, Walter Schirra, John Glenn, Edgar Mitchell, Thomas Stafford, and Paul Weitz. These men were all members of the Brotherhood, all sworn to keep secrets on pain of death. These astronaut Masons were under the leadership of Kenneth Kleineknecht, who was NASA's Apollo space program manager. According to an article and photograph published in the Masonic magazine Scottish Rite Journal, upon his return from the moon, Brother Buzz Aldrin presented a flag to Sovereign Grand Commander Smith, who was the Supreme Commander of the Supreme Council of 33rd degree Masons of the world. The flag Buzz Aldrin presented had been taken to the moon on Apollo 11. According to a Masonic lecture delivered at Beauverde University in 1994 by American Masonic historians, astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong performed a Masonic ritual exactly 33 minutes after touchdown on the lunar surface. They temporarily planted the international flag of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which features a large double-headed eagle. Therefore, the eagle has landed.
Override off. Engine arm off. 13 is in. We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot. And we're getting a picture on the TV.
The short Masonic ritual Armstrong and Aldrin allegedly performed declared the celestial body of the moon to be the property of the Masonic God. who is the Masonic God? As confirmed by former Supreme Commander of the 33rd Degree and Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, Albert Pike, the Masonic God is Lucifer. The name of NASA's space program, Apollo, according to the Holy Bible, is actually an alternative word for the devil. We can see this in the Bible as the word Apollyon. Apollyon appears as the name of Satan in the original texts of the New Testament Gospels. Like Christopher Columbus and many explorers before them, Armstrong and Aldrin used a flag to claim territory for their monarch. Upon their return, NASA Space Program Manager Kenneth Kleinecht invited the Apollo crew to a secret Masonic ceremony which saw Kleinecht's brother be appointed to the Sovereign Grand Commander and titular head of all Scottish Rite Masons throughout the world. Once you learn the occult significance of words such as Apollo, Columbia, and Atlantis, you will realize that the occultically inspired murdering Nazis who developed NASA's space program have used names which are part of ritual, magic, and the occult.
Hawati en Tawi, Tem Jafar Kau, Tarpen MAF, MoF, TAF, SEMF, Menemenet F Nebet, Hayat Nebet, Henenet Nebet, Jedefuet F, Awet F Haset, Samawu M Sanuet.
Mike, what I keep imagining is if I'm a phony traveler from another planet, what do I think about the Earth from this altitude? Whether I think it'd be inhabited or not.
You don't see anybody waving, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just kind of curious whether I would land on the blue or the brown part of the Earth.
On the dark side of the moon, the secret face of our satellite planet, which only a few men in living history have ever seen, there lies a star-shaped crater called Parsons Crater, named after the rocket scientist John Parsons. John Parsons is known by several names. He was born under the name Marvel Whiteside Parsons and soon became involved in the occult. Charles Taze Russell, who invented the Jehovah's Witness movement in America, predicted that the beginning of the end of the world would commence on October 2nd, 1914. On this very day, rocket scientist John Parsons, better known in occult circles as Jack Parsons, was born. A brilliant rocket engineer, Parsons soon entered into correspondence with SS Nazi officer Werner von Braun, and by the age of 13 had begun summoning evil spirits and demons using magical rituals which Parsons had learnt from British occultist Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley styled himself as the Beast, and Jack Parsons referred to Aleister Crowley as his father. Grand Master of the Priory de Sion, Jules Verne, had written several books which strongly influenced the mind of the young Jack Parsons. In 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Jules Verne prophesied the invention of a submarine vehicle which could wage war from the depths of the oceans. In newspaper reports read by the young Jack Parsons, he saw German U-boats launching futuristic torpedoes, travelling under the sea and causing death and chaos. Young Jack Parsons wrote in his journal that if the French author Jules Verne's submarine was a tangible possibility, then why not the rocket ship which travelled to the moon and back in Verne's other books? For most of Jack Parsons' adult years, he was an adept of occultism and a distant disciple of Aleister Crowley. When Crowley visited California and gave the go-ahead to form a new chapter of his OTO Satanic Secret Society, it was Pasadena, the hometown of Parsons, which was chosen. Jack Parsons developed and patented several liquid and solid fuel rocket engines. His patented designs are still being used to this day on intercontinental ballistic missiles such as Polaris and the Space Shuttle. The Polaris nuclear missiles use Parsons rocket technology, which has a pentagram-shaped void impressed into the solid rocket fuel to aid faster burning. Parsons also patented an acid aniline mix, which was used on the first generation of Titan nuclear missiles, used to deliver deadly warheads and also used for high-level atmospheric tests. Coincidentally, Jack Parsons' occult mentor, the British beast Aleister Crowley, used to often call himself the nickname Titan. On April the 15th, 1942, Parsons demonstrated a plane powered by 2 liquid fuel rocket boosters at Edwards Air Force Base. The test was witnessed by Alfred Ledding, who fronted the US military's Project Sign, which investigated UFOs and helped cover up the phenomenon for decades. Jack Parsons revered the English Satanist Aleister Crowley, and eventually became the leader of one of Crowley's secret cults called the OTO. The OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientalis, claims descent from the Bavarian Illuminati, which had been revived by Adam Spartacus Weishaupt on May 1st, 1776, and had approximately 2,000 members in Masonic lodges in London, Paris, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Munich, and Ingolstadt. The Illuminati was essentially controlled by European, Germanic, Jewish aristocrats, who sought to replace the church, government system, and national identity of nations with an Illuminati-controlled superstate. The Illuminati was eventually outlawed in Europe, and the founders fled to America. They then fragmented their maverick secret society into fraternities operating from the campuses of Yale, Harvard, and Princeton. From his pulpit in Brooklyn, New York, charlatan priest Charles Taze Russell prophesied that from October the 2nd, 1914, the beginning of the end of humanity would commence, with the emergence of the Antichrist and Babylon the Great, as foretold in the Bible's Book of Revelation. Jack Parsons born on that prophetic day, would later attempt to invoke the incarnation of Babylon and also sign an oath stating that he was indeed the Antichrist.
Every man and every woman is a star. Every mountain, every drop in the ocean, every living creature is made from space dust. Hundreds of tons of space dust fall on planet Earth every day. When we look at the stars, we are looking at the material which we are all made of. There are millions of galaxies in the universe, and each galaxy contains billions of stars. Many of the stars have planets. Since the dawn of mankind, the elite have lied to us. Knowledge of space was knowledge of power over mankind. By watching the stars and planets, the elite knew when the seasons would come, when the moon would eclipse the sun, when the tides would ebb and flow, when the summer would start and winter would end. Watching the sky made you wise and powerful. When the first telescopes were invented, the elite suppressed their existence and imprisoned anyone who wanted to bring knowledge of the infinite universe to mankind. The first grand lie was that planet Earth was flat. The next lie was that no other intelligent beings live in the universe. We now know that all this is lies. The most important truth is that the universe is like the ocean. It is teeming with life. Life will get a grip wherever it can. Life will evolve into any form and shape it can. Through all the centuries of life, remember this. Your ancestors gave us a warning that mankind has been invaded by aliens many times in the past and will be invaded again in the future.
April 2003, American troops go to the National Museum of Iraq in Baghdad, and they set explosives and they blast the doors of the museum off its hinges. I heard those reports and I thought, well, this is just obviously a continuation of what was going on during the Desert Storm invasion of Iraq that was perpetrated by George Bush Sr. And now we know that there's George Bush Jr. blowing the doors off of the National Museum. So what's taken? Well, surprise, surprise. Thousands of objects are taken, and they mostly come from the Assyrian, Babylonian and Sumerian kingdoms of ancient Iraq. Some of these items are to do with the legends, the history, the Sumerian histories of the gods who came from the stars, and they have become known as the Anunnaki. $2 billion a week is being spent by the American military forces, by George Bush Jr. And it's not just museums that are being looted. Archaeological sites have been bulldozed by American military forces. What military advantage there is to bulldozing a site, I'm not sure. Obviously, there is no military objective. There is no military objective to shooting dead an old lady who's gone out one morning to buy a loaf of bread. There's no military objective whatsoever in opening fire on a market full of people selling goats. There's no military objective whatsoever in bombing children. Now, I wanted to make this film 8 years ago, And I've got lots of friends who write books about UFOs and extraterrestrials. When I told them, you know, my idea for this film, the full idea, lots of them said, for God's sake, don't make that film, because, you know, you're mixing up, you know, the war in Iraq with extraterrestrials, and, you know, people aren't going to see the connection. It's going to be a very, very difficult film. So Secret Space Volume 1, which is what I made in 2005, should have been Volume 2, and this film should have been Volume 1. But basically my conviction of 8 years ago has become stronger and stronger as I've seen events unfold in Iraq. There is wholesale tracking down of people going on in Iraq by American military forces under the command of George Bush. People are being systematically hunted down, and they're being tortured and then killed. If they're really lucky, they'll just be killed.
Wounded, another Iraqi writhes on the ground. The Marines kill him, then cheer.
Oh, man, these guys are dead now, you know, but it was a good feeling. And afterwards, you're like, hell yeah, that was awesome. Let's do it again.
I've heard one report of a gentleman who was working at a local garage. Walking home from work one day, he was asked for his identity papers by an American military officer, and while he was looking in his pockets for his identity papers, the officer took out a sword. It's the first I've known that swords are being issued by the American military. And they cut his head off. This does not fit into any kind of pattern at all, until you realise that they are deliberately hunting down and trying to kill certain people in Iraq because, and this is what I believe, there are the odd remnants of a bloodline that goes back to the Sumerian kingdom. And I believe that certain people, unbeknown even to those people, have within their genetic makeup remnants of a bloodline that was mixed long ago, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 years ago, with the genetic material from invading star gods. And the American military are doing their damnedest at the moment to hunt down these people and kill them, and to erase them, and therefore erase the remnants of this bloodline. Just 6 miles of atmosphere separate mankind from outer space. Roger Bannister, the man who ran the 4-minute mile, could run that distance in just 24 minutes. A rocket can travel the 6 miles from the surface of our planet into space in just 5 minutes. Once in space, everything is different. With no atmosphere, the human eye can see for literally hundreds of millions of miles. Space is not an empty vacuum. 99% of all matter exists in space. It's invisible and is called dark matter. The space around planet Earth is full of invisible radio waves. The signals from our television, radio and telephone networks travel very fast in space. Every month, planet Earth sends out 1 trillion individual radio broadcasts, which reach the planet Saturn within 11 days of leaving the surface of planet Earth. For the last 30 years, mankind has been sending small probes into space. The oldest of these probes, Voyager 1, Voyager 2 and the Pioneer probes, were launched 30 years ago and have now left the solar system. The Pioneer and Voyager probes are fitted with a gold plaque which contains a map of how to find planet Earth, a diagram of what we look like, and an audio recording from Secretary General of the United Nations, an ex-Nazi called Kurt Waldheim. This film is about the scientists and government agencies who have, throughout the ages, kept a very big secret from mankind. For the first time on film, we expose the cosmic conspiracy against mankind, the conspiracy of silence led by NASA, which keeps us all living in ignorance of the greatest revelation in human history, that we, mankind, are not alone in the universe, that within our own galaxy thousands of life forms exist which, like us, have the ability to build and fly craft which can travel from one planet to the other. This is the untold story of archaeologists, astronomers, astronauts and scientists who have been airbrushed out of history because they told the truth. The truth is that planet Earth has been invaded by aliens many times in the past. Rock art preserved from thousands of years ago clearly show aliens interacting with humans and animals. Ancient legends from the Himalayas, Middle East and Americas say that some aliens were benevolent and taught early man how to make electricity. Some aliens were neutral and just observed us. Our biblical forefathers called them the Watchers, and the hybrid human-alien offspring were called the Nephilim. Shall be called evil spirits when they come to live on Earth. Evil spirits shall exude from their flesh, because they were created from a mixture of mankind and the Watchers who fly above. Himalayan legends tell of flying craft which exterminated whole regions of planet Earth using atomic weapons. Hostile aliens have invaded Earth many times, causing human civilization to crumble into dust, only to be rebuilt over thousands of years. We are not alone. We have never been alone. Having been accused of planning the 9/11 terror attacks as an inside job, and having been exposed as a long-time member of the Skull and Bones secret society with macabre rituals, George W. Bush's popularity fell to an all-time low prior to the 2004 presidential election. Bush staged a grand photo opportunity at NASA, using the American space program as a grand charade, making a speech from NASA headquarters about the future exploration of space. But the speech by George W. Bush is not about the exploration of space. It is more about the exploitation of space. The US government has weaponized space. In December 2006, Nexus magazine republished news reports which claimed that communist Chinese satellites had fired laser beams at satellites owned by the American government. Star Wars are happening right now. There are thousands of satellites in orbit. Many contain small nuclear reactors. When one of these nuclear-powered satellites falls back to Earth, it is like a silent H-bomb, depositing radioactive dust into the atmosphere. Just 1 pound of plutonium dust deposited into the Earth's atmosphere would kill all living creatures and plant life on the face of the planet. The US government presently has nearly 50 pounds of plutonium orbiting planet Earth in a range of military satellites. Shortly before his death, retired Pentagon officer Colonel Philip Corso wrote a book called The Day After Roswell. In this astounding book, he claimed that the Star Wars weapon system was placed in orbit to repel alien invaders.
For more than 50 years, the war against UFOs has continued as we tried to defend ourselves against intrusion. The Hughes Hunter killer satellites of the 1970s were our first steps in deploying a planetary defense system that held any threat to the aliens. The US military has better, more accurate, and more powerful weapons for killing UFOs than were deployed in the movie Independence Day.
Before he became president, Jimmy Carter made an official UFO report, saying that he had personally witnessed a UFO the size of the moon. During the Carter presidency, the CIA and FBI came under pressure from UFO investigators and the Carter administration to reveal what they knew about the UFO phenomenon. At first, the CIA denied ever having kept documents about UFOs. But during the Carter administration, Freedom of Information Act requests from UFO research groups forced the CIA to publish an embarrassing list of documents. Thousands of pages of investigations into the UFO phenomenon were finally made available to the public. At the same time, the FBI were forced to admit that not only had they kept UFO reports on file, but they had actively tapped the phones and secretly searched the homes of people who claimed they had been abducted by aliens. Of all the government agencies who have been deliberately silent regarding the possibility of aliens visiting planet Earth, it is the National Aeronautical and Space Administration, NASA, which has steadfastly refused to admit that they are actively involved in UFO research. However, we now know that NASA are actively involved in UFO research. More than 20 space shuttle missions have returned from space with video footage of unidentified flying objects. On every occasion, NASA have claimed that UFOs filmed by NASA astronauts are nothing more than ice particles and debris floating in space. However, since the 1950s, more than 15 NASA astronauts have reported UFOs to mission control.
unidentified flying object.
On March the 14th, 1989, amateur radio enthusiasts recorded a transmission on a secret NASA frequency from Space Shuttle pilot John Blah.
Houston, this is Discovery. We still have the alien spacecraft under absorbance.
NASA have been caught red-handed on many occasions. NASA have refused to admit they are actively monitoring the presence of aliens. Now, for the first time on film, we reveal documents from NASA archives which plainly show that NASA is most certainly involved in UFO and alien research. We prove, using actual NASA documents, that not only do NASA scientists believe that aliens are visiting planet Earth, but that NASA have funded studies to research UFOs on the Moon. For all the success and spin put on the Apollo moon missions in the late 1960s, NASA has never fully answered the question, why have they never returned to the moon? Some ex-NASA employees know the answer, and that is that the moon is crawling with aliens. And that NASA astronauts confirmed this in the 1970s, leading many UFO researchers to conclude that NASA had been warned off ever returning to the lunar surface. UFO activity on the moon was nothing new to the ex-Nazis who engineered the Apollo moon missions. For centuries, astronomers all over the world, including Nazi Germany, had been reporting UFOs flying over the lunar surface. The Lunar Anomalies Report was commissioned by NASA in the years preceding the famous Apollo missions in the late 1960s. For more than 3 years, NASA financed several research scientists to collate a catalogue of anomalous lights which had been reported on the lunar surface by leading astronomers and scientists since the Elizabethan era. In 1968, the public version of the NASA research was published under the title Document R277. This public version of NASA's survey of lunar UFOs included nearly 600 strange events which took place between the years 1540 and 1967. This official NASA catalogue of strange lunar UFOs included reports from some of the world's most famous astronomers. For example, NASA included a report from the brilliant French astronomer Gian Cassini, who reported seeing a white cloud hovering over the lunar surface in 1671. Another report suggested that the moon had an atmosphere when 2 astronomers reported lightning above the lunar surface on May the 18th, 1787. Just 1 month before, in the same year, 1787, the man who discovered Uranus one of the pioneers of modern astronomy, Sir Frederick William Herschel, claimed to have observed several bright lights traversing across the lunar surface. Small luminous orbs of light, commonly referred to as luminosities, have been reported on more than 200 occasions. In February 1877, a streak of white light was observed for more than 1 hour. On April the 23rd, 1915, a beam of light was seen inside the Clavius crater. One of the UFO hotspots on the lunar surface is the Plato crater, where literally dozens of luminous orbs of light have been reported by astronomers. In addition to luminous UFOs on the lunar surface, NASA recorded the existence of mysterious shadows. In 1882, near the Aristotle area of the lunar surface, several dark shadows were seen. On September the 13th, 1959, astronomers were unable to photograph the Lithro area of the lunar surface due to a large dark mass obscuring the terrain. And on September the 11th, 1967, Canadian astronomers reported a black cloud with violet edges floating across the Sea of Tranquility, the exact area chosen by NASA for the first Apollo moon landing in 1969. Previous to the publication of the anomalous lunar report, in 1965, NASA launched Operation Moonblink, a project involving top observatories all over planet Earth. NASA's goal was to collect data on the large number of luminosities seen flying over the lunar surface. Operation Moonblink also investigated various large structures which had been photographed by unmanned NASA satellites. Some of these structures looked suspiciously artificial. In 1953, the science editor of the New York Herald Tribune had reported seeing a 12-mile-long structure, possibly a bridge, on the edge of the Mare Crisium crater. This structure could have been caused by volcanic activity. British astronomers Dr. H.P. Wilkins and the presenter of the world's longest-running TV series, The Sky at Night, Sir Patrick Moore, both confessed that the so-called bridge in the Mare Crisium crater had just popped up from nowhere. In preparation for the NASA Apollo moon missions, Orbiter 3 was dispatched to take photographs of some of the moon's most interesting structures. In the Eucurt area of the moon, a large vertical structure stands proud of the lunar surface. It has been nicknamed the Shard. Another curious object photographed by Orbiter 3 is the so-called Tower, which some astronomers claim is over a mile thick and could be 5 miles high. after looking carefully through hundreds of NASA photos returned to Earth by Orbiter 3 and its predecessor, Orbiter 2, American author George Leonard published a book called Somebody Else is on the Moon. George Leonard presented many photos in his book, some showing very long tracks in the lunar dust, tracks which he said had been made by aliens. Sightings of UFOs flying across the lunar surface are still going on to this day. In Japan, amateur astronomers have videotaped spherical luminosities using celestron telescopes. NASA's investment in studying UFOs on the Moon was money well spent. Two ex-NASA mission specialists exposed in the 1970s that NASA astronauts had informed Mission Control that they had seen alien spaceships on the lunar surface. In 1976, an ex-NASA employee, Otto Binder, accused NASA of censoring transmissions from the Apollo astronauts by switching to secret radio frequencies and using code names for UFOs. Otto Binder claimed that he had heard an Apollo astronaut tell Mission Control that there were huge alien spaceships parked on the lunar surface, right in the middle of the Sea of Tranquility, which had been chosen as the landing site for Apollo 11.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Few people took Otto Binder's account seriously, until another ex-NASA employee, a Moroccan named Maurice Chatelain, published a book in 1978 in which he claimed that two UFOs hovered above the Sea of Tranquility just before the historic moonwalk of Neil Armstrong. Maurice Chatelain was a NASA insider. He invented many of the radio and radar communication systems for the Apollo missions. He had 11 patents awarded for his inventions and had a high-level NASA security clearance, able to talk freely with senior NASA officials. In his book, he quoted radio transmissions between Apollo astronauts and Mission Control. According to Maurice Chatelain, the astronauts informed NASA that there were alien spacecraft lined up on the far side of a nearby crater, observing the historic moonwalk of Neil Armstrong. During his time working on the Apollo space program, Chatelain learnt that aliens not only exist, but that they have had a major role in shaping, and in some cases destroying, civilization. The title of Maurice Chatelain's book proves he was in no doubt that aliens had invaded planet Earth in the past. If you study the legends of the North American shamans, the mythologies of ancient Europe, the creation histories of the Australian Aborigines, or the ancient Vedic texts of India, and especially the Sumerian clay tablets from ancient Iraq, we find that all great civilizations on the face of planet Earth tell one similar story. That is, in the distant past, people from the stars visited planet Earth and displayed fantastic technology. Sometimes they genetically engineered humans. Sometimes they directly interbred with humans. These so-called sky gods always visited in spectacular flying vehicles.
And the watchers from the sky saw the daughter of men were beautiful, and they bred with them. And the children were giants, who become rulers, not of human flesh. They were called the Nephilim.
The most ancient written texts on planet Earth date from the Indus Valley and make up a corpus of works called the Vedas. The Bhagavad Gita is an ancient Hindu text which is at least 5,000 years old. This epic mythology inspired the character known as Darth Vader in the Star Wars movies. The Bhagavad Gita described many gods of the stars flying down to planet Earth in alien spacecraft called Vimanas. The ancient Vedas tell us that there are multiple inhabited planetary systems in the universe called Devas, which are ruled by a universal government of beings with superhuman powers and technology, including the power of telepathy and nuclear weapons powerful enough to destroy an entire planet. The Hindu legends tell us that the Vimanas were like flying saucers, which had stealth technology, able to make themselves invisible, and were able to detect enemy craft at great distances using a form of psychometric radar. The most ancient text of Central America is the Popol Vuh, written by the Mayans, who charted the heavens and had astronomical calendars which predicted solar and lunar eclipses. The Popol Vuh describes the ancestors of the Mayans as great explorers who knew centuries before European scientists that the Earth was not flat, but in actual fact a sphere. The Popol Vuh mentions a great god-king called Quetzalcoatl, who is depicted as a flying serpent. On more than 3 different occasions, in broad daylight, people have filmed flying serpents in the skies above Mexico. The same phenomena has also been filmed in Scotland, and also from aboard the Space Shuttle by veteran astronaut Story Musgrave. These flying serpents have often been seen surrounded by spherical UFOs, which are often metallic in appearance. Mexican UFO investigators call these spherical luminosities Las Perlas, or the pearls. These pearls of the sky are mentioned in ancient Tibetan scriptures. More than one leading Tibetan author suspects that these spherical UFOs are actually alien probes monitoring the evolution of mankind. These small spherical UFOs, which are the most common type of UFO filmed in the skies worldwide, are described in the ancient Buddhist text known as the Kantua. The Kantua describes the exact same spherical UFO phenomena which has been filmed in the skies above London, in Scotland, the south of France, and also many times in Mexico. According to self-styled Tibetan mystic and British author Cyril Hoskin, Tibetan Lama Mingya Dondon told disciples that a group of Tibetan lamas had established communication with space gods who said that they were watching Earth in the same way as humans watch animals in a zoo. A royal document dating back to the 7th century states that the first 7 Tibetan kings came from the stars. Medieval art is full of UFOs. Some are seen beaming lasers directly into the minds of people. Medieval artists associated the occupants of UFOs with the world of God. Jesus is pictured in many paintings where alien craft can clearly be seen hovering in the background. Medieval painters used their art as a way of giving people the message that UFOs exist and that aliens have been involved in controlling the destiny of mankind. There are even medieval paintings clearly showing satellites and other forms of technology. British author Matthew Hurley has collected dozens of pieces of ancient art which all show UFOs and aliens. In addition to dozens of paintings, there are also hand-printed newsletters from the medieval era which report UFOs, luminous balls of light, and even an alien invasion in the Mediterranean. According to a medieval manuscript, in 1608, reptilian aliens landed on the shores of Genoa and Nice, causing panic and fear amongst the inhabitants. The manuscript is a news report entitled "Frightening Screaming and Signs from the Sea at Genoa."
In the month of August 1608, couriers of celestial pestilence appeared, foretelling the tragic invasion to come. Romans made sacrifices to the gods on seeing them arrive. Horrible beings with arms covered in scales, with snakes wrapped around their arms, emerged from the sea, screeching and screaming. In the city of Nice, it rained blood. Carriages of fire were seen in the sky, being pulled by the frightening creatures. Some had the body of a man, some had bodies of women, and they had heads shaped like dragons.
Genoa was the hometown of Christopher Columbus. On October the 11th, 1492, whilst halfway across the Atlantic on his voyage to discover America, Columbus saw a UFO and recorded the event in his ship's log. At the same time Columbus recorded a UFO hovering above the Atlantic Sea, the Aztec civilization of Central America carved figurines of men with reptilian bodies.
More than 60% of respondents to a 1997 CNN poll said they believe aliens have contacted humans. Approximately 50% said they think aliens have abducted humans. And 80% believe the government is hiding something about alien contact.
In the 1970s, the skeptical magazine Fortean Times claimed a man had faked an archaeological artifact which had supposedly been discovered in Nepal. The famous Lolodov plate is meant to be nearly 9,000 years old and shows a disc-shaped craft with a small alien-type creature standing beside it. This controversial item is either a fake or one of the most obvious warnings from the past that aliens have visited the Himalayas. On the opposite border of Tibet stands the Bayan Khara Ula mountain range, which separates Tibet from communist China. There, small skeletons with oversized skulls have been found. The tribes in the Bayan Mountains have a detailed mythology involving star beings crash-landing spaceships in the distant past. Chinese archaeologist Chi Pu Tei conducted an expedition to the area in 1938 and discovered caves which had carved pictograms showing star charts, the moon and the Earth with dotted lines showing the orbits of planets. Jade figurines have been found in this area, which display a remarkable similarity to the grey aliens reported worldwide by millions of people. The small skeletons with alien-shaped skulls were discovered in 1938. The skeletons were in graves on the floor of caves, which had walls covered in star map pictograms. The graves were laid out in geometric lines. Amongst these graves, hundreds of circular stone plates were discovered, which had spiral etchings on them. Each stone disc was approximately 9 inches in diameter and had a fine groove spiraling out from the center to the rim, making each disc look like a prehistoric version of a modern vinyl record. In all, 716 stone plates were found. These became known as the Dropa stones. In 1962, Professor Sum Nui at the Academy for Prehistoric Research in Peking translated the engravings on the Dropa stones. The history of local tribes were inscribed on the Dropa stones, which claimed that 12,000 years ago, aliens crash-landed in the Bayan mountain range. This was apparently one of the least successful alien invasions, as, according to the Dropa stone legend, the aliens were killed by local villagers because of their non-human appearance. Ancient Aboriginal rock art shows many examples of alien-type beings which are known as Wanjinas. Every year, Aboriginal tribespeople travel to remote parts of Western Australia and repaint the outline of the Wanjinas, who are known as the creator spirits of the Aborigines. By repainting the figures, Aborigines are making sure the memory of these Wangina creatures are never forgotten. Well, I had some copies made of some of the most important pieces of rock art from around the world, and this is a copy of a piece of rock art that was discovered by a chap called Joseph Bradshaw in the 1800s. And the Bradshaw Foundation has done really excellent work in finding, collating and protecting a lot of the rock art in Western Australia. And this piece of rock art has been reproduced in several books, most recently a book by Terry Wilson called The Secret History of Crop Circles. And this is a kind of facsimile copy. It makes it obviously a lot easier to look at the different elements when it's been copied into a painting like this. I suppose the most striking feature is this, what can only be described as a spaceman. It's obviously got, you know, some kind of space helmet thing there. There's some kind of bulbous point on his head. And then he seems to be looking in the direction of this kind of aeriform shape that seems to be floating in the air. Now, in the centre, you have a shape there that could easily be interpreted as a flying saucer. There's also these round spherical shapes. These are often found, actually, these round spherical motifs are often found in relationship to other motifs that can easily be interpreted as flying saucers. There seems to be some kind of wave pattern there. Obviously, that could be, you know, birds in the distance, but it seems to me that sort of suggests some kind of wave energy. And fleeing from the spaceman and this aeriform and these spheres and this UFO are wallabies or kangaroos. And what's really fascinating is that in the lower right-hand corner there are two figures, a man and a woman, which do not have Aboriginal facial features. In actual fact, they have European features. And this mirrors exactly what we find on the other side of planet Earth, where we have characters in rock art from, you know, thousands of years ago, centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries ago, with people with European features. Well, in Kimberley in Australia, in the ancient era from where all of this rock art dates from, there should have been no European people at all. And the same thing can be said about Central and South America. In Central and South America, these beings which we find in the ancient art in that particular part of the planet are called the Viracocha. And they were beings who came from the stars and gave the peoples of Central and South America knowledge of mathematics and astronomy and other forms of knowledge. And here in Kimberley in Western Australia, in an ancient era when there shouldn't have been any European people whatsoever, we again find this kind of theme of European-looking beings. And he has a beard, he has a kind of punky kind of Sex Pistols, Johnny Rotten haircut. The woman has a very strange hair design that looks like some kind of medieval jester's hat, which is very strange. And the look on their faces is that of awe and terror. They're even sort of holding up their hands, either in veneration of this spaceman or in horror of the spaceman. Now, what's really fascinating is that on the ground, below the flying saucer and the spheres, you have a spiral pattern which is quite reminiscent of the spiral groove workings which we find in Ireland and Scotland on lots of the monoliths there. But this spiral pattern seems to be drawn in a kind of perspective way, and I think it suggests that there is a crop circle there. And of course we know that there are many, many pieces of footage of small balls of light actually creating crop circles. And this may be one of the most important pieces of evidence in the whole area of crop circle research. Now, another really very, very interesting point that I find is that the entire scene is encircled by a serpent, by a snake. This is the head of the snake, and it goes all the way around, and his tail is almost being swallowed. Now, the snake, you know, in a lot of books, I collect a hell of a lot of books. mostly the snake is considered as a symbol of wisdom in the ancient era. And, you know, I thought, well, when I first came across this notion years ago, I thought, well, that's, you know, quite interesting. But, you know, when I look at snakes, and I live in a hot area where there are snakes, they don't particularly strike me as being really super intelligent animals. Certainly they have a vindictive kind of survival quality of intelligence, but they don't strike me as being like dolphins, which, you know, when you swim with dolphins, you can really tell they're very intelligent creatures. And so I did some reading and research into how this notion of the snake representing wisdom and knowledge in the ancient world came about. And my research really led me to, you know, make this film in a way, because what I found is that it wasn't actually snakes that were venerated as being intelligent. It was the reptilian aspect to their being that was associated with reptilian or serpent-like creatures in the legendary histories of planet Earth, characters like Quetzalcoatl in Mexico that brought the civilizations of Central and South America, you know, fantastic knowledge about the stars, and other reptilian beings, such as Nukua, which was a reptilian goddess in ancient China. It was this notion that these reptilian beings that came from the stars, full of knowledge, genetics and science, which then was oversimplified and throughout history came down to the point where the snake represents wisdom of the ancient world.
When I show up, I'm just a little sectoid, but later on I become a mectoid. You may spot me, then I'm free, then I land a crit on your rookie. Can't see me, can't shoot me, but I'm fucked when you try to flank me.
Came to Earth and a silver chrome UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO. Came to Earth and a silver chrome UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO.
What is Iron Man too hard for you? Just give up casual and go back to safe scamming.
Came to Earth and a silver chrome UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO. UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO.
You best get back in that Sky Ranger, human. Brazil is ours.
Came to Earth and a Silvercomb UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO.
If you think I'm just a little squid to blame the RNG when you reload. So tiny, and then we get the clever behind the waist high tree.
Came to Earth and a Silvercomb UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO. Came to Earth and a Silvercomb UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO. Came to Earth and a Silvercomb UFO to probe your ass and see how deep it can go. Gain a boost when I merge my mind with my bro. Hey, LMAO.
If you're shit and you don't know how to beat it, I want to discuss it with thee. Play it on easy. If you suck and you don't really give a fuck and you heard the plot is crazy, play it on easy. Playing without challenge is the new craze. At least it's better than watching Let's Plays. If your bad and difficulty makes you mad, I think most people would agree. Play it on easy. Did you enable God mode or try the Konami code? Don't go talking to that knight. Anything to skip a fight. Walkthroughs and lots of cheating. Codes used and scared retreating. Using your bank card. Pay through things that are hard. If you're shit and you don't know how to beat it, I want to discuss it with thee. Play it on easy. Your skill's poor and you find the gameplay a chore, but nobody will hear your plea. Play it on easy.
Give a shit about that.
Playing without challenge is the new craze.
Look at that
At least
bullshit.
it's better than watching Let's Plays.
Come on.
You can't win, this boss just kicked your shit in. You're all alone, no one will see. Play it on easy.
knows he hangs on to. He knows he hangs on to. So then I thought of Pokemon. Got my crayons and then made Sonic Shoe. And then made Sonic Shoe. Don't call anyone, but during the Stone Age. Don't call anyone, or face autistic rage. They'll put me in a cage. I never had a real girlfriend, a virgin though I'm well past 32. I'm well past 32. I knew most girls were lesbians, so I decided I'd be a girl too. I would be a girl too. Don't call anyone, but during the Stone Age. Don't call anyone, or face autistic rage. Don't put me in a cage. Went to GameStop dressed like a whore. Trashed their displays cause Sonic songs on blue. Sonic songs on blue. I missed a guy and left the store. Chucked with the salt and banned from GameStop too. Banned from GameStop too. Don't call anyone, but during the Stone Age. Don't call anyone, or face autistic rage. Don't call anyone, but during the Stone Age. Don't call anyone, and now I'm in a cage.
Introducing Sega Saturn.
This is happening! Hey, there's no time to rest! Whoa! I'm so ready.
Wow, I'm good! Use force to make this thing work!
Woohoo! 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 for some supersonic speed! What's done is done. Get more Hot Pockets from my mom. Shit posts. Nerds who call me names all day. Now you'll see. Never bully those who moderate for free.
But do not rest easy just yet, huh?
Sicker than your average regular, twisting heads off niggas and stinkers and gators, and meeting players, triple pages, like red light, if they head right, your mama or not. Moon Man been smooth since days of never lose, never choose to. When do something to us, talk, go through us, your mom walk to us, get on over us, screw us, to us. Yeah. Babies, I don't give a tick the butt. They're like cherry. Bang every fork. Easily, busily. Recently, Nick fronted, saying nothing. My suck it, trip, mafia, here on it.
Can't you see? You need to hang from trees. Just face. I guess that's why their mom is black and just so great. Moon man, can't you see? Hang from trees, and I just love your ways. I guess that's why their mom is and you're so great.
I put underground without a sound. You minorities can't step to me. I'll speak to go back to Mexico. Every stealing money from you and me. Now who's the real dude? Feeling the smell like shit. You nick I pick your chuckers. Who the back to Africa? No one blacks. Oh yeah, it's because they love it. And put the bone and your chicken bones on the side. Fix moved some image. I don't give a your mom. They say no drama. It's probably the difference. She's used to kill a nick.
Can't you see? Hang functions, and I just love Louise's ways. I guess that's why their mom is black and she's so great. Moon man, can't you see? Need to hang functions, and I just love Louise's ways. I guess that's why their mom is and you're so great.
Everything you be saying is offensive to me. As a African American with my right to free speech, Moon Man, you need to stop the hate. After all, we are one universal.
Fuck. Give a people about skip fuck age, my brother. Why don't you know? And fuck enough. When it's dark outside, I can't even see us.
Can't need to hang functions, and I just love your ways. I guess that's why their mom and you're so great. Can't you see? Need to hang functions, and I just love your racist ways. I guess that's why their mom is and you're so great.
This is Moon Man here telling you Nick you take a long walk off a short pier. Vote 5 facts. I'm out up here.
God has smiled upon you this day.
God has smiled upon you this day. The fate of victory in your hands. And blessed be the man-children who fight with all their bravery. Till only the righteous stand. See all the white lights, they pedal on the vlogs, the journalists on Twitter who bark like raging dogs. And when you all get doxxed and cannot carry on, though you're banned, the resistance lives on. You may have your address listed to be false flagged and cursed. You may be accused of rape, called a shitlord or worse. But when they bully you, you will not feel need to run, though you're banned, the resistance lives on. Blame 4chan, blame 4chan. Freedom of speech must be dispersed, my sensibilities must come first. TFYC, TFYC, our lives will change, our lives will change. TFYC, TFYC, Libby and James, Libby and James. Oh, what a shitstorm, what a shitstorm. It will be TFYC. My dad's freedom prize, please believe Kotaku's lies. I'm the victim, give me a prize, my bank account will swell in size. Yes, you're banking face fucking shitlord. You're a misogynistic man-child fucking shitlord. Kill yourself and buy my game, so shit, I think I could hack the game.
Why did we have to start this war? What the fuck are we fighting for? Why can't we all just play some PG games? Fight for our lifeline, our lives suffer, makes us still be tied. That's the way the shit's to load the whip, you shut upon and know you can. Our resistance will fall. Wait for Jan, wait for Jan, wait for Jan.
I'm going to take you farther forward in that night. You relax, deep sleep. You're going to remain calm. What happens?
I am you. You are me. And we are here. I am the dreamer. You are the dream.
Here I am, I'm naked. I'm naked. Talking to you like you were real. Go to hell. Can we talk this over? Yeah. It looks like you're gonna sing White Christmas.
Oh man, this is the best fucking job ever. You're the king, Sonic. Watch me wing this crazy bitch right in the head.
Oh, look at that old bag! Hey lady, who's walking who?
So how much am I getting paid for this anyway? $1 billion trillion Funkatron bucks. Holy shit, what's the conversion rate on that?
No, Sonic, that converts to $1 zillion US straight up!
Sonic is back! Sonic is back! Sonic is back! Sonic is back!
Sonic!
Sonic is back!
Sonic! Sonic, what the fuck up, man? What's wrong with you?
What the what? Don't worry, Tails. I got your damn rent money and then some.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You dropped acid like 4 days ago and just wandered off.
Wait. No, you got me that job capturing humans with Toe Jam and Earl. Guys, back me up here.
Yeah, garbage bag and busted chair. Do you have anything to add? No? All right, now how about we get the hell out of here? I'm pretty sure the cops are gonna have some questions for you.
What? Ooh. Yeah, let's go.
That's $1 zillion US!
All right, Kubrick, there you go. All the lights are the same. Just take your meds and your OCD should be in check for a little while.
Hey, hop on, I got another job for you. Ugh, fuck. But just a heads up, this next job, it's with an old nemesis, but it does pay well, so...
Whatever, I don't give a shit, as long as I get some coins.
I think you mean rings.
Coins, rings? Hey, I had to eat one of those cute little squirrels for dinner last night. I'll call them whatever the fuck I want.
Hello, Sonic.
What the fuck? Is this some sort of trap?
No, I'm over that whole thing. I just need you to unclog my toilet.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, Robotnik. Why don't you just have one of your badniks do it?
Well, first of all, it's Eggman now. And second, all my badniks left. Turns out the name Dr. Eggman doesn't exactly demand respect, so... It's just me here now. Hanging out. In my undies.
Fine. So where's the toilet?
Well, technically, this whole place is one big toilet, but it all starts right down there.
What are you a doctor of anyway?
I'm a podiatrist.
Okay. Jesus Christ, Eggman, what the fuck do you eat?
Bacon wrapped scallops?
Alright, just pay me my 100 coins so I can clean up and get out of here.
I think you mean rings, but okay, all right. Time to pay up, no problem. Let me just get them out of my, fuck you, stickball!
You son of a bitch! This ain't over.
I'm a podiatrist.
Why are we doing this again?
Yeah, the regular announcer got murdered in one of the fights, so they just needed some last-minute replacements.
Oh yeah, this sounds safe. You know I don't know shit about Street Fighter, right?
It's fine, don't worry about it. Who's gonna notice if we screw up a few video game references anyway? Just follow my lead. Welcome everybody to another edition of Street Fighter. We've got a big crowd here anxious to see Blanka battle it out with Chun-Li. Isn't that right, Sonic?
That's right, Tails. And if this is at all realistic, that large green monster guy should definitely murder Lucy Liu. Let's see what happens.
What's up, Chronic and Fails? Yo, move over a little bit. Let me get in here.
Chronic? What is that even? You got my money, jerk off?
Get lost, Eggman. We're trying to work here. Blanco with a big swipe to the face.
Hey, yo, Fox guy. Somebody keyed Peckerface on the side of the tornado. You better check that shit out.
What? I just got that thing detailed. Oh, God damn it.
Don't believe me. Oh, shit. It was me. What a schmuck. Yo, Eggman needs to find Bearman. He's a-getting low. Refill.
Shut up. Now I gotta announce this fight by myself.
Watch and learn, dipshit. There's Girl Jackie Chan, looking super hot as always. Oh, man. Hey, Girl Jackie Chan, do another one of those high kicks. Put your leg way up there. Let me see what you got. Do it! Girl Jackie Chan, do it!
Knock it off, perv.
Hey!
Shrek with the block. Lucy Liu counters with a block. And a crouch. Block.
Boring. Let's liven this shit up a little bit. Hey, Matt LeBlanca, you sucked at Lost in Space. It was this guy, I swear. Later, pinheads.
Wait, no, it wasn't me. Fuck you, Eggman!
Hey, Matt LeBlanca.
Hey, thanks for doing this. You came highly recommended from Tails.
Yeah, he's a real sweetheart. So what's going on here?
Here's the deal. It's raining outside and I want to go crawl on the driveway for a bit. So I need you to make sure Bob stays in his bowl and doesn't get in my suit.
Yeah, don't overfeed him. I got it.
Hey, were you about to take my suit?
What? No. I was just simply moving it further away from Nemo.
Seriously, just don't take my suit.
I wasn't gonna, dick. Just go outside and have sex with yourself already, Jamie Lee Curtis.
What?
Supposedly she was born a hermaphrodite.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's one of those urban legend type deals, you know. I keep meaning to check it on Snopes, but it's not that high on my priority list. I think she sells diarrhea yogurt.
Okay, just don't take the suit, alright?
You can count on me.
You know, if you give me that suit, I can make you my right-hand man.
Pass. Alright, let's see what this suit can do. What the? This is it? I can already do this shit completely naked with white gloves on.
Please, water. I need water.
Tell Jimbo I'm keeping the suit, and I'm taking the TV as payment. Later, Sharkbait.
Woo! That was great. Shit.
I think she sells diarrhea yogurt. Hey, Knuckles. You work here?
Work here? More like own it, frying and buying. You're looking at the 4th largest burger franchise branch south of the Green Hill Zone.
Oh, good for you.
Fuck yeah, it's good for me. You see that moped outside?
No, I can't really see it. I think it's the trees blocking it.
Own that too. Frying and buying. All right, look sharp, rookie. You got your first customer. Why, hello, Sonic.
Oh, shit balls.
Give me 4 burgers, pronto. Great choice, Eggman. Trainee, follow me to the kitchen. Hey, make sure that rat washes his hands. I've seen how he cleans toilets. Take it in, new guy. Here's where all the magic happens.
What's up with the mutant egg and shit?
Just kill him and put him in the burgers. Frying and buying, baby. Frying and buying.
Stop saying frying and bow. Whatever. Alright, that should do it. Here you go.
Took you long enough. Oh my...
Alright guys, let's do this. I'll drive.
Shoddy.
I'll get the turret. Here we go. Whoa, what the fuck is this?
Why, hello there. Check this out. I asked recon armor.
No one gives a shit.
Ooh!
Check me out. These are so cool. I'm give me it because I are so good.
Just go, dude.
Yeah.
Well, wait, you dog to see this armor.
Shut up, faggot!
Weren't this awesome? Bungie gave it to me because
Fuck!
I'm too old.
Get out of the way!
This armor is so cool. Do you think this armor is cool? I think this armor is cool.
Yeah, it is cool that Bungie gave it to you, but I honestly don't give a shit. Go away. Piss off! Stop following me!
I
don't care! Stop fucking following me!
No one cares that you have recon, Chief.
Shut up. You're retarded.
You know, you've turned into a real fucking asshole ever since you got that armor.
Shut up, faggot. Bungie gave it to me because I'm fucking awesome.
They gave it to you because I asked them to.
Fuck you.
Anyway, you've been bragging to people on matchmaking about that armor for like 4 fucking hours. I'm playing Call of Duty for now.
Fine, bitch.
You've got a real fucking attitude problem.
You've got a real fucking face problem. I'll show you a fucking attitude problem.
Chief, have you seen the Call of Duty 4 case?
No. Come on, flash, bitch.
Chief, are you masturbating?
What the fuck? No.
Then what the hell are you doing in there?
Actually, I am jacking off. Go away.
Okay, seriously, where the fuck is Call of Duty 4? You did something with it, didn't you?
No, it's right here. See?
What in Christ's name is this?
Call of Duty 4. Modern gay fuck stupid.
You can't possibly expect me to believe.
Go ahead. Play it.
There isn't even a disc in here, it's just a chocolate chip cookie with a hole in it. This would probably wreck the fucking 360 if I put this in. You obviously did something with the real game and made this shitty case in a pathetic attempt to fool me.
No.
Where is it, Chief? I can't believe I had to buy another copy of this.
Play.
No Xbox Warrior. You're gonna stay in that bathroom until you unclog that fucking toilet.
Sad face.
Gone, we're moving fast enough to function.
I am Dominic Roberto, and I am the president
Yeah?
of my school's feminism club. Yes, the feminism club. I imagine that there's a mixture of opinion in the audience. Some guys might be thinking that I'm a genius. I surround myself with girls on a daily basis.
Tell me you were joking, Dominic.
Other guys, though, might be thinking that I'm definitely gay as a result of this.
What?
Some people might be thinking, there's no way I'm a feminist because I'm not an angry woman. And others might be thinking, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh, mate, there's an infinite amount of things that people might be thinking. It's going to take a really long time to go through all the possibilities. It's your TEDx talk. What are you thinking?
Fact is, I've received all of these complaints to me or about me ever since I joined my club, Her Story.
Her story, 'cause his story. I like it.
And every week we delved more and more into what gender roles do and how the rigidity of them shape our society's expectations and our culture's roles for men and women.
And I'm fucking sick of hearing about how bad gender roles are. If you don't like them, then don't abide by them. I'm still not entirely sure about what you're talking about anyway. Blokes have dicks and get women pregnant, and women have vaginas and get pregnant. Now, it naturally follows that women are better at nurturing and caring for children. So while they do that, men go and do the stuff that needs to be done in order for them all to survive, like getting food and stopping other people from killing them. These are the general characteristics associated with biological sex. And this system's worked for hundreds of thousands of years and allowed us to evolve as a species. But that was all before you came along with your pink shirt and your awkwardly submissive body language to tell us all that feminism's found a better way to do it. Well, it'd want to be pretty fucking convincing.
And personally for me, I never really fit into the male role. I was never that strong or coordinated or tough or any of that.
I see what's going on here. You're a homo, so we all have to be homos.
I was emotional and sensitive.
Common leadership characteristics.
And this really shook my world, seeing it from a different lens.
So, hang on. Did you actually get new glasses? Or do you mean lens like when feminists say it? Which means whatever airy-fairy bullshit they want it to mean at the time.
So, by the end of the year, I ended up putting my name on the ballot and became one of the co-presidents for the next year.
Co-president now? Because, you know, we need to look diverse, but just get some cunt we can kick around.
And ever since then, this is my senior year, my last year leading this club, I've become a lot more confident and passionate in my feminism.
You've become a lot more confident in shutting the fuck up and doing what the bitches tell you.
And what I have to say is that if you think that the femme part of feminism is proof that women want to be superior, that there's no equality for men, or you want to say that feminists just want to take over just because of the femme part, you might need to reevaluate your priorities in this movement.
I don't need to reevaluate any priorities, because I'm not part of your stupid fucking movement. And to me, the blatant fact that feminists do want to be superior is enough proof that feminists want to be superior. Fem's got fuck all to do with it.
And there are so many other examples of oppression that women have to deal with on a daily basis. There's hypersexualized ads.
Well, hang on. I don't think any women are being forced to appear in hypersexualized ads, nor are they being forced to look at any hypersexualized ads. It's their choice that you want to take away from them.
Catcalling.
In most instances of catcalling, men are simply telling women that they find them attractive, which is not a form of oppression.
Being told how to feel.
Aren't you standing on a stage telling us all how to feel about feminism right now?
Not being taken seriously in a leadership position, or
projection.
Being associated as an insult with weak.
By and large, women don't have the physical strength that men have. That's just a fact. So when a man calls another man a girl, he is effectively saying, you do not have the physical strength that I have. He is in no way trying to put women down.
Sexual assault.
Yep, that's a form of oppression.
that can happen to anyone.
And the fact that there are majority groups of men that vote on policies affecting bodies they've never piloted before.
Okay, those majority groups of men are in power because the electorate voted them into power. The electorate that is made up of at least 50% women. And don't forget, it's this same group that has, does and will vote on policy affecting the bodies of men. That is, if you consider being maimed or killed at war affecting the bodies of men.
And this image, I think, clearly defines kind of what men need to start realizing, is that it's a lot easier to go through life not having to conform to such strict, rigid standards.
No, I think it clearly defines that your draftsman is on fucking LSD.
There's a hyper-masculine, ideal man who bottles his tears, is expected to take charge, always be interested in sex, be manly, tough, stoic. And all of this ironically stems from a fear of the feminine. And
a manly, tough, stoic man who is always expected to take charge, loves sex, and fears the feminine. Mate, what the fuck are you talking about? How can you love having sex with something that you fear? I fear crocodiles and sharks. I don't fuck crocodiles and sharks. You're a fucking weird kid, you know that, don't you?
I talked a lot about sort of getting men involved in feminism, but my journey as a feminist goes a little farther than that. And it has to become intersectional, which has to do with a lot of different social justice issues.
Nah, I'm done. We're not doing fucking social justice as well. You can fuck right off. Well, I've got to say, you are one very, very odd individual. The things you said and the way you said them gives off the impression that you're a punsy, spineless, beta male man, JJ. But the very fact that you had the audacity to get up on that stage and deliver your message is something, I suppose.
Have you guys ever just been on YouTube?
The world is ending, though few believe it. The Chaos Gods, the Dark Brothers, tire of their great game. Now, they seek to sweep the board clean with fire and blood. For centuries, the Empire has held firm against its enemies. Mankind has encountered no foe that steel could not tame, or whom walls could not hold. At least, that is what they taught. No one spoke of the ancient enemy now rising from beneath, and no one will be left to tell the tale. Unless you can stem the vermintide.
A trap!
Well, hello everybody. Real today. Well, I think the picture speaks for itself, does it not? I think that's all you have to know right there. After shoving her male classmate, causing him to fall onto his ass onto the floor, the female gets lifted up and body slammed. Pretty brutal stuff. I can't play the video here for copyright reasons, but if you'd like to see the full body slam video, click the link below. It'll take you right to it. Another ridiculous example, I've seen a gazillion of these videos, as you guys know, It's been just over a year. Back in March 2015, I released a video showing men defending themselves against crazy violent bitches, and YouTube censored it, deleted it off the internet, and called it hate speech. I'll put the link to the censored video below if you haven't seen it, because I know there's a lot of you subscribers on this channel now, you can check it out, link is below to that one as well, the censored video. But, you know, I've noticed a trend as I've watched these videos over the years. I've noticed a trend, and in this video, another common trend that tends to pop up is when the woman hits the guy, no one in the vicinity who witnessed it really does anything. They're just kind of like watching. They're just like drooling, watching. No one gives a fuck. Right? Oh, we're all gender equality here, we're all equal. No one really cares. But the moment the guy who just got shoved to the floor decides to give her a dose of the gender equality that it seems so many women think that they want because they're feminists, the moment he hits her back, everybody goes crazy. Like, oh my God! It's a national tragedy. Everyone freaks out. So it's funny, the double standard. We clamor for equality, but we don't act that way. And this is one of the most telling ways. This is why I really think these videos are super important to file and document and show. Because it shows the blatant double standards. They want gender equality when they're beating you up, but then when it's time to have a taste of your own medicine, they want to be treated like the damsel in distress. Anyways, guys, the link to this video is below. Click it, check it out.
the West Gate. That's not very traditional, and you know, I think that a man should really pay for the first date.
Fuck that. We're splitting the bill.
Good evening. Once again, cell phone video on the internet have made us all bystanders to the gritty and sometimes ugly side of police work. But many who have seen it are wondering if what the camera captured inside a South Carolina high school classroom went far outside the line of duty. An apparently uncooperative student thrown to the ground by a school resource officer. A case that has now triggered a federal civil rights investigation. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Columbia with the tape and the story behind it.
Take these steps. It's 10:30 Monday morning, math class at Spring Valley High School. School resource officer Ben Fields is called in to confront a student. Witnesses say she had not been participating in class, had taken out her phone, and refused to leave when the teacher asked. The confrontation escalates while other students watch silently. While she's still sitting at her desk, Fields pulls her to the ground and throws her across the floor.
It wasn't right. He was like flinging her around like a drag dog.
Naya Kenny tells NBC's Craig Melvin she stood up for her classmate and was also arrested and charged with disturbing school.
I can tell you, I feel like it's one of the things I was scared. He's known as Officer Slam. Before, I was in 8th grade hearing about this man.
The cell phone videos lit up social media, trending under the hashtag assault at Spring Valley High.
I just think it's ridiculous. Like, it's not even that necessary to do that to her when she's just a child sitting in the seat.
Fields is a sheriff's deputy. His boss says the girl tried to punch Fields at least once, but he probably should have responded differently.
When a student refuses to comply, what should a resource officer do?
Well, one of the first things we would like to see happen is that the school handle it, not involve us as a law enforcement officer.
Fields and other school officials are also facing a lawsuit brought by a student for a 2013 incident, claiming in part that Fields unfairly and recklessly targets African-American students with allegations of gang membership. Fields and the other defendants deny wrongdoing and have supplied evidence. He's also a football coach and has received a Culture of Excellence award at the school last year.
He's a really good officer, and sometimes he can be like pretty mean, but he can also be a really nice officer, and he can also help kids out at the school.
And tonight, Deputy Fields is on administrative leave. Deputy Fields has not commented, nor has the student. The sheriff says he believes race was not a factor in this case. and that the teacher and principal initially said the force was appropriate. The sheriff says he plans to announce his decision about Field's future within the department tomorrow. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez in Columbia.
NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe, click on that button down here, and then click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews and show highlights and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Let's tell you now about a bold move by one of the country's largest sporting goods retailers. At a time when many stores stay open on Thanksgiving to boost Black Friday sales, REI will not only stay closed for the holiday, as NBC News business correspondent Olivia Stearns explains, it will pay employees to take Black Friday off too.
We're paying our employees to get outside.
Risky business or brilliant marketing? Today, REI announced they'll close all 143 of their stores, not only on Thanksgiving, but Black Friday as well, one of their top 10 sales days of the year.
It was a big decision. It's an important day for us as well, but we're paying all of our employees to go outside and enjoy the day after Thanksgiving with their families.
When was the last time you didn't work Black Friday?
Probably 12 years ago when I was in high school.
Staples and GameStop have already announced they'll be closing on Thanksgiving, saying it's a time for gratitude, not greed. But REI is the first to shut out the Black Friday madness. But is there more behind this than just holiday goodwill? In 2013, 92 million people hit the stores on Black Friday. Last year, it fell to 87 million. And sales over the four-day holiday weekend were down 11% from the year before.
You're not going to see other retailers close their doors on Black Friday because they simply can't afford to. Even though some say that Black Friday has lost its significance over time, ShopperTrack does predict that it will again become the #1 shopping day this year.
REI, unlike other retailers, is a private company where customers can sign up to be members and together co-own a piece of the business. The bulk of its sales come from these loyal members.
I don't begrudge retailers, trying to make a living in that time frame. I do think it's a unique opportunity for us to invite people to opt outside with us.
A campaign already creating buzz online that money can't buy. Olivia Stearns, NBC News, New York.
NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here, and then click on any of the videos over here. Show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Everybody, everyone.
Finally, it's only a few nights away. Our neighborhoods will soon be filled.
Up for a real challenge, eh? This one is as tough as they come.
The depiction of people with European facial features in ancient Aboriginal art is mirrored on the opposite side of planet Earth in Peru. Again, we see depictions of bearded European people at a time and a place where no such Europeans should have existed.
Made up your mind, so all I can do is wish you the best of luck. Thanks for everything.
I have good seat for this show, yes? Now blow the horn and let the spectacle begin!
Nazca in Peru is one of the largest archaeological sites in the world. Thousands of earthworks have been etched into the rock of the Nazca Desert. The summits of entire mountains have been scraped away to make space for parallel lines and giant pictograms of creatures which can only be seen from the air. Skeletons with elongated skulls, like a grey alien, have been found near Nazca. World-famous author Eric von Daniken has made a detailed study of the Nazca area. He has visited local people who have private collections of stone figurines which show detailed depictions of heart surgery and European-type men using what appear to be telescopes. Thousands of these ancient stone figurines have been found and are thought to be at least 3,000 years old.
Incoming vermin!
I'll use my shield, you use your weapons.
Endless more. Any second now. A sea of Skaven rolling in.
Time for some rat catch.
They'll burn. They'll burn.
Oh, I'd have you in my regiment. Do that again.
Tasting victory, huh? Enjoy it while it lasts. You know the drill. Be on guard.
Skaven gunner.
Another wave incoming.
Look out, bombardier.
Drones incoming.
Stinking rat-hole road piece of crap.
Time and again, people who have been abducted by aliens claim that they received telepathic messages from those aliens. Many people claim that the Greys are a telepathic species who do not speak, but prefer to transfer thoughts containing colours and symbols through the power of their minds. In Kimberley, Western Australia, Mangina-type figures have been found which have halos, and some even have antennas on their heads. The halos and antennas could be a symbolic representation of the
Such
power
destruction.
of telepathy.
Maybe Nyath is right. The loop of Astrium closes and the Rana Dandra is upon us.
They call these arrows.
The wicked. Stay
They'll have
ready.
to do.
They've gone.
Here we go again.
Help me! They're here swarming.
Again, mirrored on the far side of planet Earth, thousands of miles from Australia, we see the same type of alien creatures with antennas depicted on rock art. These alien figures were carved onto the rocks thousands of years ago and are known as the Antenna People.